Good morning. As chairperson of the Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Board for the District of Columbia, and in accordance with DC Code Section 2571 et seq of the Open Meetings Act, OMA, I'm welcoming you to the regular scheduled meeting of the Alcoholic Beverage Cannabis Board. This meeting is being conducted pursuant to guidance made available by the District of Columbia's Office of Open Government regarding electronic meetings held by public bodies. Electronic meetings by the ABC Board are authorized pursuant to Section 2577A of the DC Code. Pursuant to the OMA requirements, notice of today's meeting was provided 48 hours in advance of the meeting on ABCA's website and on the District Central meeting calendar. The notice includes the time, date, agenda, and call-in or login information for public participation. This electronic meeting has been hosted by a WebEx account provided by the District of Columbia government. Please address any questions or complaints to the OOG at opengovoffice@dc.gov. My name is Donovan Anderson, and I'm chairperson of the board. I would like to introduce the other members of the ABC board who are also participating electronically. Please respond when I announce your name. Mr. James Short.
Mr. James Short, present.
Mr. Bobby Cato.
Bobby Cato, present.
Ms. Jenny Henson.
Jenny Henson, present.
Mr. Edward Grandis.
Grandis, present.
The board has 5 members in attendance for the conduct of business today, and that constitutes a quorum. Before we get underway with today's hearing calendar, I need to make a few instructions very clear so that the conduct of these hearings is understood by everyone. There are 8 cases on this morning's calendar. Once your case is called, this morning's calendar, once your case is called, I will take a moment for IT specialists to elevate the rights for each party to enable their camera and microphone. Then and only then will you have the ability to enable your equipment. If your case has not been heard, you will remain mute and your camera will be disabled. At the conclusion of each case, the parties will have the option to leave. If the party chooses to stay, all cameras and microphones for the concluded case will be disabled. Should you have any questions or require technical assistance during the hearing, please submit them using the question and answer feature. Our first order of business today. So let's move to our protest status hearing calendar. The first case is case number 23 PRO 00049, Crave Restaurant and Lounge, license number 124428. Good morning, Mr. Oriana. Can you please elevate the rights of the parties in this case?
Good morning. Joseph Caruso, your access has been elevated. Meg Rogensack, your access has been elevated. And that appears to be all, Chairman.
You don't see the owner? Sorry.
I do not see Zachary Coles. I have reached out in the chat. I'll reach out again.
All right.
I am not seeing any responses.
All right, let me call the next case, and let me call the next case, and I will recall this case. And this is something that I always do. This matter was scheduled at 10:30. I appreciate the fact that the parties were here, the ANC and the Civic Association are here, but let me call the second case, and then I will recall this case. All right, so all right, so what we'll do, Mr. Oriendo, we will call it, I'm going to call the second case, and hopefully they'll show up. If not, we'll move forward with this case. All right. So let me call. Let me move on the calendar and I'll move on to the next case on the calendar. Okay. The next case on the calendar that I'll call, it's case number 23 PRO 00048, Escape Restaurant and Lounge, license number 124142. Can you elevate the parties in this case, historian?
Sure. Rita Paikara, your access has been elevated. Vijay Kapoor, your access has been elevated. And that appears to be all, Chairman. Oh, Pauline Costello, your access has been elevated. And that appears to be all, Chairman.
We don't have the all right, we don't have the licensee for this case also.
I do not see Grace in the attendee list, but I will send a message.
Yeah, please do.
Well, I don't see Grace in the attendee list. I am seeing communication regarding the first hearing. It appears that the attendees are present.
All right, I'm going to do so. What I'm going to do, so because it's very important for the applicant to be here, because if the applicant is not here, I'm going to make a motion to dismiss the application. So what I will do, I will recall this case. Okay, so I'll recall this case. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to recall the first case, and then I'll come back to this case. And if the licensee is not here by the time I recall the case, the board will move forward with this case. So let's pause this case and let me recall the first case, and then I'll come back to you. Okay. All right. So I'm going to recall case number 23 PRO 00049, Crave Restaurant and Lounge, license number 124428. Now, Ms. Doriana, can you please elevate the rights of the parties in this case, please?
Sure. Joseph Caruso, your access has been elevated. Meg Rogansack, your access has been elevated. Lloyd Ramble, your access has been elevated. Jeff Carneal, your access has been elevated. And that appears to be all, Chairman.
Who's the owner? I think that who represents the ownership? Because since
I do, Lloyd Bramble.
all right, I'm sorry. Can everyone please turn the camera on if they have one, please? Do you have a camera, Mr. Bramble and Ms. Rosensack? Thank you, sir. Ms. Rogensack, do you have a camera you can turn on, ma'am? I'm not hearing from her. Okay, all right, fine, good morning. All right, good morning, everyone. This is a protest hearing status for Crave Restaurant and Lounge, and I would like the parties to identify themselves for the record. Let's start with the licensee. are the applicant in this particular case? Please spell and state your name for the record, Mr. Bramble.
Lloyd Bramble, LLOYD BRAMBLE.
And what is your position as far as this establishment is concerned, sir?
I'm a co-owner.
Thank you. Ms. Ruggenshaw, can you please spell and state your name for the record, please, and your affiliation?
Yes, thank you. Can you hear me, Chair?
Yes, ma'am, I can hear you.
And can you see me?
Yes, ma'am, I can also see you too.
Thank you for confirming that. Yes, my name is Meg, M-E-G, Roggensack, R-O-G-G-E-N-S-A-C-K, and I am here as the chair of ANC2B and the relevant representative for the district in which the establishment is located, 2B01.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Mr. Carneal, can you spell and identify yourself for the record, please? Spell and state your name for the record, please.
Sure, it's Jeff Carneal, Jeff, last name Carneal. I live at 2011 R Street. I'm a neighbor.
So, I'm sorry, all right. Let me see. Mr. Caruso, can you please identify yourself for the record, please?
Yes, it's Joseph Caruso, JOSEPH representing the DuPont Circle Citizens Association.
Now, who's protesting this license? It's the DCAA, the ANC. Is there a group of 5 or more? Or but improper neighbor? I'm just trying to find it. Just get some clarification. I'm sorry. How many parties are protesting? Mr. Carneal, do you belong to a group? I'm sorry, at the roll call hearing, who was given status to protest this license application?
Yes, I'm part of a group of neighbors, been known as the Group of 5. There are actually 7.
All right, so you belong to a group of, all right, so it's the DCA, the ANC, and a group of 5 or more. Okay, fine. I just getting some clarification. All right, Mr. Bramble, are there any preliminary matters in this case? And preliminary matters I mean is that I know that you guys had mediation. It didn't appear that this matter was settled at mediation, but I'm not trying to get factually what the issues are, just trying to see if there are any procedural concerns that you have.
They're not, no.
All right. As far as the ANC is concerned, any procedural type of matters? I mean, just generally, where are we?
None, Chair. The only point is that we are awaiting confirmation of a mutually convenient protest date for the group. That is still pending.
All right. What about the DCAA?
No, none.
What about the group of 5 or more?
No, we are. We've been through mediation, and as Meg said, just waiting to get a time to protest.
Is this a case that potentially could be settled?
Well, obviously, I think all parties would like that, but it seems like we're pretty far apart.
I guess what I'm just trying to, and I try not to get in these type of matters. I try not to get into substance of the matter, but I guess what I'm trying to find out are the parties totally against granting a license, or are the parties inclined to have a license with condition? Just generally.
Chair, the major sticking point here is the use of promoters and associated activities that is creating peace, order, quiet, and property value concerns for the neighbors. And as Mr. Carneal indicated, we benefited greatly from Ms. Fletcher's mediation. I think all of us are extremely grateful for her professionalism and her skill, but it does appear that we are quite far apart.
And again, normally I don't get into substance, but this the although this is a license for a new application for a new license, they have been operating.
Chair, that is correct. The ANC did grant a stipulated license with limitations, but unfortunately, due to apparently some misunderstandings, the applicant continued to operate with a full scope of activities under weekend licenses. So even the concerns that the ANC identified it and agreed as a condition for a stipulated license were not observed in the period of time in which that would have been relevant.
All right.
Mr. Anderson, I'm not.
Hold on, Mr. Bramble. Hold on, Mr. Bramble. I'm trying not to get deep into substance. So I'm just trying to ask procedurally. So you can talk, but I'm trying not to get into
This
substance.
this isn't about the. I just needed to let you know I'd have to get off of camera for a little bit. I need to head toward a meeting for work, and so I'll need to be.
No, that's fine. You're as long as you're. I've seen you. I know who I'm talking to, so you're fine.
Gotcha. Okay. Thank you.
All right. All right. Thank you for the representation that the parties have put together. This matter is scheduled then for a protest hearing on July 26, 2023 at 1:30 p.m. I mean, were the parties stating that there are some concerns with this date? I'm trying to find from ANC, the protest hearing is scheduled for July 20, 2026. Is there an issue with that date? Mr. Caruso?
I can't speak.
I'm sorry? Mr. Caruso?
Yes, there's no concern on my part. I think the ANC or the group of five attorney can't make it on that date, but I don't see them anymore. There they are.
All right, Ms. Rogenstock, tell me what is going on with that date, please. I can't hear you. I'm sorry. No, I cannot hear you, ma'am. Your signal is now poor. I don't know what's going on.
It's not there we go. Has my microphone been on mute?
You're breaking up, so it's your signal is poor. Hello?
Hello?
I cannot
Hello?
hear you, ma'am.
My microphone is not working. Yes,
No,
there we go.
The issue is not. It's not that your microphone is not working, ma'am. It's that your signal is poor. So I'm hearing you, but because of you're in a poor location. That's why I'm not hearing you. I'm sorry, I cannot hear you, ma'am. When we started this hearing, I could hear you perfectly, but something happened as the hearing progresses, so I cannot hear you.
Maybe type something in the comments, Meg.
If you're having problem, ma'am, with the computer, you can call in. The information is in is in the chat of how you can call in. It's not a matter of being unmuted, ma'am. It's that your signal is poor, so that's why I can't hear you.
Mr. Chairman, she just shared a date, I believe. If you look in chat, I think she offered a date.
All right, fine. Okay, I thought what was expressed was that there was an issue with the date. All right, but that's fine. It's my understanding that the parties had agreed. It's my understanding that the parties had agreed during mediation to have the protest hearing on July 26th at 1:30 p.m. Okay, that's fine. Any questions by anyone? Now that we've scheduled this matter for a protest hearing, there are a few things that I would like to instruct the applicant and the protest about, so that the protest hearing is focused and addresses only those issues that are being protested. The board does not intend to hear testimony in matters that are not relevant to this case. You should have received by electronic or regular mail a letter explaining the protest process, a copy of the protest information form, and a copy of an exhibit form. If you do not have these documents, please contact our legal office following the hearing. It is imperative that you review the rules closely and adhere to them before and during the protest hearing. You're also required to complete and submit the protest information form PIP and the exhibit form 7 days before the date of the hearing. These two forms and accompanying documents need to be submitted to ABRA's legal division and to all opposing parties in this matter. If we do not receive a copy of your PIP, your application, or your protest, whichever side you're represented may be subject to dismissal. Likewise, if we do not receive a copy of the exhibit form and the exhibits themselves, your exhibits may be excluded from the record upon a finding that the opposing party has been prejudiced or no good cause for failure to submit has been shown. Likewise, witnesses other than the party may also be subject to exclusion if not identified on the PIP. Accordingly, these forms are very important. They greatly assist the board in narrowing the protest issues, facilitating the process, and keeping the parties on point during the hearing. They likewise provide notice to the opposing parties, enabling them to better prepare for the hearing. As you're all aware, all hearings are now conducted virtually. You will have 1 hour to present your case, and you'll only be allowed to call 5 witnesses. If you require more time to present, or you require more than 5 witnesses, please file a motion with the board requesting additional time or additional witnesses. For cases such as this one, since there's more than one protest group, pursuant to 1612.8, the board is requesting that the protestants designated one individual to represent the groups protesting the application. All right, so we need to designate who will be representing the parties of the protest. Because there's 3 groups here, if you need more witnesses than the 5, then you need to make a motion to the board to require, if you need more time and more witnesses, but you need to do that in writing to the board prior to the hearing. All right. We greatly thank you for your cooperation. If you have any questions today or any time leading up to the hearing, please do not hesitate to contact ABCA's legal division. I don't know if there's any further mediations are scheduled or if the parties are able to settle this matter, but if not, we will see you in approximately 2 weeks for protest hearing. All right.
Great.
Have a great day. Thank you very much. All right then. All right. Thank you. All right. So let me recall this second case. So let me recall. So case number 23 PRO 0008. I'm sorry, 00048. Escape Restaurant and Lounge, license number 124142. Mr. Organa, can you please elevate the rights of the parties in this case, please?
Sure. Rita Picara, your access has been elevated. Colleen Costello, your access has been elevated. BJ Kapoor, your access has been elevated. And the licensee appears to still not be present.
All right, so there's no one here. So we have requested and no one is here representing Escape. Is that correct? All right, so this is application for a new license on Escape. All right. All right. So let me have the protestants identify themselves for the record. Let's start with the ANC. Please spell and state your name for the record, please.
Hi, my name is Prita Picara. It's P as in Paul, R-I, T as in Tom, A. Last name is Picara, P-I-E-K-A-R-A. And I am the commissioner for ANC 5B01 or 06. And I'm here on behalf of ANC 5B.
And I see Mr. Kapoor. Can you please identify yourself for the record, please?
Sure, my name is Vijay Kapoor, K-A-P-U-R. I'm the ANC Commissioner representing 5C07, and I represent 5C in this matter. 507 is the adjacent SMD to the subject property.
Okay. And the licensee is not here, I see. All right, this matter was scheduled for a protest hearing protest status hearing at 10:30 this morning. Approximately 10:40, I called this case. The protestants appeared, but the licensee did not. I moved on, and I now recall this case was now recalled at 10:57, and the licensee is still not here. So because the licensee is not here, I just want to make sure, since the licensee is not here, I am going to make a motion that their application be dismissed. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Short, a second. Yes, Mr. Grandis.
just for clarification of the record and for myself, I don't believe we are looking for a licensee. I think we're looking for the applicant. This is a new license or is this a renewal?
We're looking for the applicant. This is an application for a new license.
Okay, so the applicant did not appear.
The applicant is not here. I would have corrected the record as we move forward. The applicant is not here. The case was called and the applicant is not here. The applicant for a new license. So therefore, I am making a motion that their application be dismissed based on the fact that the applicant has failed to show up at the protest hearing status. Once an application has been filed, and if it's protested, the protestant and the applicant have to show up at the roll call hearing. And at the roll call hearing, that is when the board's agent will grant status on to a protestant if an application is protested. Once status is granted at the roll call hearing, then the parties are required to show up at the protest hearing status that we have today. Because the applicant has failed to appear, that's one of the reasons why I'm making a motion to dismiss their application. And the motion has been seconded by Mr. Short. We're now going to have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0 to dismiss the application. What this means is that we will issue a board order dismissing their application. The applicant will have 10 days to respond to provide the board with reasonable cause why they failed to appear at the protest hearing status today. Failure to respond to our board order or failure to provide us good cause why they failed to show up today, we will dismiss their application. And if the application is dismissed, then they would have to start back over again by reapplying, and this matter will be placarded again. If that occurs, if they reapply and this matter is placarded again, that the ANC can make a motion to the board that their protests in the earlier application be grandfathered in. Okay, so that's where we are. So basically, as I said before, we'll issue a decision. They will have 10 days to respond before this decision becomes final. Any question?
Sir, if they do respond within the 10 days, will the ANC or parties be notified that that happens? And if so, would we keep our existing protest hearing date if
Yes.
they are, okay.
Yes, our legal division will inform you of the process moving forward.
Okay.
I think you'll also be given an opportunity to, once they respond to their failure to appear today. So you will be contacted through our legal office, the process where we are moving forward. Okay.
Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you very much. Have a great day. We now move to our show cause hearing status. The first case to be called is case number 23 CIT 00090, Heights Liquor, license number 118369, and case number 23 CIT 00092, Heights Liquor, license number 118369. Mr. Oriana, can you please elevate the rights of the government and the licensee in this case, please?
Sure. Anthony Cello, your access has been elevated, and that appears to be all, Chairman.
Good morning. Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Cello. Can you please identify yourself for the record, please?
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Assistant Attorney General Anthony Cello, ANTHONYCELO, on behalf of the government.
Good morning. All right, the licensee is not here. So for case number 23 CIT 00090, that matter is scheduled for a show cause hearing on August 2nd, 2023 at 10:30 a.m. Just want to remind you, Mr. Cello, 7 days before the hearing, you are required to exchange documents and witnesses that will be relied upon at the hearing, or your agency or the assigned attorney will be is required to exchange documents and witnesses to the opposing side 7 days before the hearing for that case. For case number 23 CIT 00092, that case is scheduled for a show cause hearing on August 9th, 2023 at 10:30 a.m. And once again, in that case, the parties are required to disclose the documents and witnesses that they will rely on the hearing 7 days before the hearing. All right? Okay, thank you. All right. The next case in our calendar is case number 22 CMP 00088, Georgetown in West End Costas Rum Bar, license number 109462. Mr. Oriana, can you please elevate the licensee in this case, please?
Amron Mixon, your access has been elevated. That appears to be all, Chairman.
Thank you. Mr. Mixon.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. I'm in the process of turning my camera on. I'm not sure if it's visible to you.
It's not, sir.
Appears my computer is not fully cooperating, but I have been present, and I'm here as counsel to the licensee.
And you know, Mr. Mixon, I'm going to pick on you this week for the second week in a row, or for the second week in a row that the board has been in session. Are you not on camera, sir, because you're not wearing a tie and jacket?
No, sir. In fact, I have a beautiful silver jacket on. I wish you could see it, but
all right. All right. Okay, sir. Mr. I'm not picking on you, sir, but I just had to say,
no, I understand.
Mr. Cello, are there any preliminary matters in this case, please?
None from the district.
None on our side.
Thank you. Mr. Mixon, outside of IKC, are there preliminary matters in this case, sir?
No, not for the licensee.
All right, thank you. Then this matter is scheduled for a show cause hearing on August 2nd, 2023 at 10:30 a.m. I just want to remind both parties that 7 days before the hearing, you're required to disclose documents and witnesses that will be relied upon at the hearing. Failure by either side to disclose documents and witnesses, the board is empowered to prevent that side from relying on documents and witnesses that have not been disclosed 7 days prior to the hearing, unless good cause has been shown. Any questions?
Not at this time.
All right. Well, thank you very much. Have a great day.
Thank you.
All right. The next case in our calendar is case number 23 CMP 00036. John is All-American, license number 123033. Mr. Oriana, can you please elevate the rights of the licensee in this case, please?
Sure. Brandon Gavand, your access has been elevated. That is all, Chairman.
Thank you. Mr. Gavand.
We also have Diana Gavan.
All right. Well, okay. So can both of you turn your cameras on, please? All right. So I see you, Mr. Gavan. Then I guess I'll wait for Diana Gavan to turn her camera on.
Thank you.
All right. Good morning. All right, Mr. Sello, can you please identify yourself for the record, please?
Assistant Attorney General Anthony Cello, ANTHONY-CELO, on behalf of the district.
Mr. Gavan, can you please spell and state your name for the record and your affiliation?
Sure. It's Brandon BRANDEN, Gavand, G as in George, I V as in Victor, AND as in David, affiliated as cook, bartender, general manager, security, marketing, janitorial, and owner.
Well, I think I heard all the other titles, Mr. Gavan, which were not important for my purpose. The only title that I really wanted to hear was that you're an owner. That's the part of it, because
I was just being silly, Mr. Anderson, because I was, I didn't get to see Mr. Mixon's top, so I thought.
Mr. Gavan, for attorneys, sir, I require attorneys, not for non-attorneys, that they need to dress to wear a jacket to participate in these hearings. Non-attorneys, sir, you're fine. So and I also ask for virtually that I need to see who I'm talking to, because if we're meeting in person, you would have to appear before me at the dais. So I'm just asking all parties to, if you had to show up in person, because we're virtual, I need you to behave and dress the same way. All right, sir. So that's my running joke with the attorney from before. Okay. Ms. Gavan, can you please spell and state your name for the record, please?
Yes. Diana Gavan, D-I-A-N-A, last name G-I-V-A-N-D, affiliated as a co-owner and counsel.
All right, thank you. All right, Mr. Fellow, are there any preliminary matters in this case, please?
None from the district. I would note that settlement negotiations are ongoing, but have not yet resolved.
Well, any preliminary matters on the part of the licensee?
And on behalf of the licensee.
All right, thank you. All right, this matter then is scheduled for a show cause hearing on August 9th, 2023 at 10:30 a.m. Just want to remind the parties that 7 days before the hearing, you are required to exchange documents and witnesses that will be relied upon at the hearing. Failure by either side to provide documents and witnesses 7 days prior to the hearing, the board is empowered to prevent them from relying on these documents unless good cause has been shown. Any questions?
From the district.
All right, then I will see you then on August 9th at 10:30 for this hearing. Thank you very much. Have a great day.
Thank you.
The next case on our calendar is case number 22 CIT 00201 Half Smoke, license number 100855. This case has been continued to August 16th at 1:30 p.m. The next case on our calendar is case number 22-251-00023 Brooklyn, license number 111411. This case has been canceled due to the submission of an offer in compromise to the board for its consideration. Thank you, Mr. Sella. We are at the end of our morning calendar this morning. Thank you and have a great day.
You as well. Thank you.
All right. The board is going to go in recess. It's 11:14. Where I'll ask the court reporter to stay on. We will be back shortly. We probably will be back in the next 5 to 10 minutes. So we're not going to take our lunch break at this moment. The board's going to go into executive session, and we should be back in about 10 minutes or so. So I'll ask all board members to log off to go into executive session, and then we will come back to conclude our agenda items. All right, thanks. We're back in the record. We're now going to review our legal agenda. The first matter on our legal agenda is a review of an offer in compromise and lawful hearing dated July 12, 2023 for case number 2022. For case number 22-251-00023, Brooklyn, license number 111411. The offer in compromise is as follows. For charge 1, failed to follow settlement agreement by not providing security footage within 48 hours, DC Official Code Section 25-823A6. This charge has been dismissed. For charge 2, failed to make available security footage within 48 hours upon request, DC Official Code Section 25823A5E. The fine is $4,000 payable within 30 days. If the fine is not payable within the 30 days, the license will be suspended until the fine has been paid. I make a motion that the offer in compromise be accepted. Is there a second?
Jenny Hansen.
Cato seconds.
Mr. Cato, Ms. Henson, second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Cato, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0-0. Number 2, review of a settlement agreement dated March 8th, 2023, by and between Advisory Neighborhood Commission 2G and Queens Bar and Lounge, license number 121945. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Cato seconds.
Mr. Cato, second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Cato, I agree.
Ms. Hanson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0-0. Number 3, review of a settlement agreement dated June 7th, 2023, by and between Advisory Neighborhood Commission 2F and Trade, license number 099229. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Cato seconds.
Mr. Cato, second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Cato, I agree.
Ms. Hanson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0-0. Number 4, review of protestants' motion to continue protest hearing dated June 27th, 2023, in case number 22-PRO-00012, Union Oyster Bar and Lounge, license number 110747. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Cato seconds.
Second.
Mr. Cato, Mr. Grandis, Ms. Hanson, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Cato, I agree.
Ms. Hanson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0-0. Number 4, review of applicant's opposition to motion to continue protest hearing dated June 28th, 2023, in case number 22-PRO-00012, Union Oyster Bar and Lounge, license number 110747. This is now moot. Number 6, review of protestants' reply to opposition to motion to continue protest hearing dated June 29, 2023, in case number 22-PRO-00012, Union Oyster Bar and Lounge, license number 110747. This is also moot. Number 7, review of a request from MPD Interim Chief of Police, Ashan Benedict, dated June 9th, 2023, in connection to case number 23-251-00012. 00015, Shaw Howard Deli, license number 095169. I make a motion that we refer this matter to the OAG for show cause consideration. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Cato, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 5-0-0. Let's move now to our licensing agenda. The first matter on licensing agenda is a review application for stipulated license with letter of NC support for a new ABC license. This is for Nice and Easy, license number 124675. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Edward Grandis will second.
Mr. Grandis will second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato,
Cato, I agree.
Ms. Hanson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Grandis, and I agree. The matter passes 5-0. Number 2, review application for safekeeping of license. This is for Hopscotch Bar and Grill. I make a motion that we approve this request through October 31st, 2023. Is there a second?
Bobby Cato seconds.
Mr. Cato, second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Hanson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number 3, review application for change of hours. This is for ABCA LLC, license number 123646, trade name due to be determined. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Cato seconds.
Mr. Cato, second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Hanson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Edward Grandis, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 5-0. Number 4, review application for change of hours. This is for Salamander, Washington, D.C., license number 122218. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Bobby Cato seconds.
Mr. Cato, second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Hanson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number 5, review application for change of hours inside the premises only for the Summer Garden to open earlier. And this is for Central Michael Richard, license number 075607. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Jenny Hansen will second.
Ms. Hanson, second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato,
Cato, I agree.
Ms. Hanson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Grandis, and I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number 6, review application for change of hours inside of the premises and for the Sidewalk Cafe to open earlier. This is for Nando's Peri Peri, license number 122856. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ed Grandis will second.
Mr. Grandis is second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Hanson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number 7, review application for carryout and delivery endorsement. This is Nando's Peri Peri, license number 122856. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Bobby Cato seconds.
Mr. Cato, second motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Hanson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 5-0. Number 8, review application for the carryout and delivery endorsement. This is Meli Mezi Club, license number 117790. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Bobby Cato seconds.
Mr. Cato, second motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato,
Cato, I agree.
Ms. Hanson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 5-0. Number 9, review a request for approval to provide a gift of Cheerios that doesn't exceed $500 in value to Lax Wine and Spirits, license number 082054. The request has been made by Breakthrough Beverage, license number 060518. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short and Mr. Grandis will second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Cato, I agree.
Ms. Hanson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 5-0-0. Number 10. Review request for approval to provide a gift of T-shirts that doesn't exceed $500 in value to Horror Bar license number 092074. The request has been made by Breakthrough Beverage license number 060518. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Grandis will
Jenny
second.
Hansen will second.
Mr. Grandis and Ms. Henson, a second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Cato, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0-0. Number 11, review of letter from licensee Sook Kim. This is regarding Pusha Market, license number 02002109. Excuse me. I make a motion that we deny this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Hanson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0-0. We now move to our supplemental licensing agenda. The first matter on our supplemental license agenda is a review application for stipulated license with letter of agency support to operate with an entertainment endorsement substantial change. This is for St. Vincent Wine, license number 114428. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Grandis will second.
Mr. Grandis and Mr. Cato second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Hanson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0-0. Number 2, review request to remove the license from safekeeping for reopening on July 13th, 2023. This is from Eat Berg, BERGZ, license number 123652. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Grandis will second.
Mr. Grandis will second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Hanson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0-0. Number 3, review a request to remove the license from safekeeping for reopen on July 25th, 2023. This is for Cuckoo Restaurant, license number 107631. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Jenny Hansen will second.
Ms. Hanson, second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Hanson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0-0. Number 4, review application for a game of skill endorsement to include 3 gaming kiosks offering the game Eagle District skill by Pacomatic. This is for Charlene's Bar and Grill, license number 118103. I make a motion that we placard this matter. Is there a second?
Grandis will second.
Mr. Grandis will second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Hanson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 5-0-0. Number 5, review application for a game of skill endorsement to include 3 gaming kiosks offering the game Edge District skill by Pacomatic. This is for Union Trust, license number 107437. I make a motion that we placard this matter. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Cato, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis. Mr. Grandis.
Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number 6, review application for games of skill endorsement to include 3 gaming kiosks offering the game Edge District Skill by Pac-O-Matic. This is for Sangria Bar and Grill, license number 117012. I make a motion that we placard this matter. Is there a second?
And Grandis will second.
Mr. Grandis will second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number 7, review application for game of skill endorsement to include 3 gaming kiosks offering the game Edge District Skill by Pac-O-Matic. This is for the Ugly Mug Dining Saloon, license number 0711793. I make a motion that we placard this matter. There, second.
And Grandis will second.
Mr. Grandis will second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number 8, review application of the game of skill endorsement to include 3 gaming kiosks offering the game Edge District Skill by Pac-O-Matic. This is for Tiger 5 Pub, license number 121974. I make a motion that we placard this matter. Is there a second?
Bobby Cato, second.
Mr. Cato, second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Cato, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number 9, review application for the game of the skill endorsement to include 3 gaming kiosks offering the game Edge District Skill by Pac-O-Matic. This is for Chuck's, license number 123728. I make a motion that we placard this matter. Is there a second?
And Grandis will second.
Mr. Grandis is second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 5-0. Number 10, review request to expand the sidewalk cafe capacity from 18 to 34. This is Roomness Kitchen, license number 114693. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
And
Jenny
Grandis will
Hansen
second.
will second.
Mr. Grandis and Ms. Hanson second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Hanson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
And Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number 11, review application for carryout and delivery endorsement. This is for Philip by Philip Chow / Merchants Marina, license number 121216. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Bobby Cato, seconds.
Will second.
Mr. Cato, I second the motion along with Ms. Henson. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Cato, I agree.
Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. We now move to our cancellation agenda. The ABC Board will be canceling the following license for the reasons outlined before. Nando's Peri Peri, license number 078979. The licensee requests cancellation. I make a motion that we cancel the license. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Hanson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Grandis has seconded the motion. We'll have roll. The matter passes. Mr. Anderson agrees with the matter passed 5-0. All right, thank you. All right, we now move to the board temporary license and 1 day substantial change. I'm going to read the first 12. I will give the name, the type of license that they have applied. I'm sorry, the first 11. I'll give the name, the type of license that they have applied for. I'll give the date and the license number. And so I'll make a motion after I read the first 11 for the board to approve these applications. So the first application is an application from Michelle Gleaton for a 1 day license class F. This is for an exhibit for Notorious RGB. This is on July 12th. The license number is 125340. 50 attendees, 2 security guards. Number 2, a request from Mary Lesher, a 1 day license class F, outdoor movie screening. This is July 12th. The license number is 125343. 150 attendees, 4 security guards. Number 3, another request from Mary Lesher, a 1 day license class F, outdoor movie screening. This is July 19th. The license number is 125345. 150 attendees, 4 security guard. Number 4, another request from Mary Lesher, a 1 day license class F, outdoor movie screening. This is July 26th. The license number is 125346. 150 attendees, 4 security guards. Number 5, a request from Jennifer Curie, a 1 day license class F. This is the 2023 MLS All-Star Soccer Family Fun Fest. This is July 15th through July 16th. The license number is 125365. At 1,000 attendees, 30 security guards. Number 6, request from Bennett Shore, SCHURR, a 1 day license class F, wedding reception August 18th. The license number is 125368. 120 attendees, 4 security guard. Number 7, request from Tremaine Smith, a 1 day license class F, wedding reception August 25th. The license number is 125367. 120 attendees, 3 security guards. Number 8, a request from DITI Rosario, ROZARI, 1 day license class G, wedding reception August 6th. The license number is 125280. 200 attendees, 4 security guards. Number 9, it's a request from ERDENE, that's the first name. The last name is JIDSUREN, a 1 day license class G for wedding. This is September 24th. The license number is 125339. 150 attendees, 3 security guards. Number 10, a request from Ziamara Vargas Aponte for 1 day license class G. This is for the Columbia Cultural Festival, July 22nd. The license number is 125357. 1,000 attendees, 14 security guards. And number 11, a request from Roger Gore, a 1 day license class G. This is for the BET Television Alumni Reunion. This is July 15th. The license number is 125366. 200 attendees, 4 security guards. I make a motion that ABC Board approves these applications. Is there a second?
Cato seconds.
Hanson will second.
Mr. Cato and Ms. Hanson second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Cato, I agree.
Ms. Hanson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Grandis, I agree.
Ms. Grandis and I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number 12. Number 12, a request from Zachary Coles for 1 day license class G. This is for soft opening. This is July 12th through July 14th. The license number is 125391. No more than 89 attendees at one time, 4 security guards. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Cato seconds.
Mr. Cato, second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I disagree.
Ms. Hanson. I'm sorry, Mr. Cato.
Cato, I agree.
Ms. Hanson.
Jenny Hansen, I disagree.
Mr. Grandis.
Grandis, I disagree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The motion is denied 3-2. Number 13. And another request from Zachary Coles for one-day license class G. This is for soft opening. This is for July 15th through July 16th. The license number is 125392. 89 10 days for security guards. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Cato seconds.
Mr. Cato, second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I disagree.
Mr. Cato.
Cato, I agree.
Ms. Hanson.
Jenny Hansen, I disagree.
Mr. Grandis.
Grandis, I disagree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The motion is denied 3-2. All right, so we have number 14 through number 23. So I'll read number 14 through number 23. I will read the names of the applicants. The type of license they require, the date, the license number, and the numbers. And at the end of the list, I will ask that the board grants these applications. All right, so number 14, Kitchen Cray, one-day substantial change. This is the nature of substantial change to offer live entertainment, DJ with cover charge and expanded occupancy. This is July 14th through the 15th. The license number is 113864. The substantial change license 23 SC 00823. Number 15, another request from Kitchen Cray, one-day substantial change. The substantial change to offer live DJ with cover charge and expanded occupancy. This is July 21st through July 22nd. The license number is 113864. Substantial change license 23 SC 00824. Number 16, another request from Kitchen Cray, one-day substantial change. Nature of substantial change to offer live entertainment, DJ with cover charge and expanded occupancy. This is July 28th through July 29th. The license number is 113864. The substantial change license 23 SC 00825. Number 17, Atlas Brew Works, one-day substantial change. Nature of substantial change, use license off premises to provide on private property, 600 block C Street Plaza, Southeast. This is on July 28th. The license number is 091282. The substantial change is license is 23 SC 00867. Number 18, Levi at DC United, one-day substantial change for tailgate, substantial to host pre-game tailgate directly in front of the stadium at Audi Field. This is on July 19th. The license number is 060462. The substantial change license 23 SC 00880. Number 19, another request from Levi DC United, one-day substantial change for tailgate. The substantial change nature is to host pre-game tailgate directly in front of the stadium at Audi Field. This is July 29th. The license number is 060462. The substantial change license 23 SC 00881. Number 20, a request from DC Brow Brewing, a one-day substantial change, private reception to use license off premises in our parking lot, July 30th. The license number is 085083. The substantial change license 23 SC 00883. Number 21, Lindy Promotions Pub Crawl, saved by the 90s promotion. This matter was previously approved. They're now asking us to change the date from the previously approved date of August 12th to now August the 13th. Number 22, a request from, all right. So I make a motion that the ABC board approves those applications. Is there a second?
Cato seconds.
Mr. Cato, I second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Cato, I agree.
Ms. Hanson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number 22, a request from CH Management Corp. This is for Pub Crawl, the Margarita March. This is August 26, 2023. The license number is 105025. The substantial change is 23 PCE 00019. I make a motion that we deny this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Grandis.
Mr.
Wait,
Short,
Grandis.
I'm sorry, Mr. Short
I
and
second.
Mr. Short and Mr. Grandis to second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Decato,
Cato, I agree.
Ms. Henson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The motion to deny this matter has been passed 5-0. I'm going to make a motion for the board to retroactively approve an event that was administratively approved. So this is for a request was made by Brightwood Pizza Bottle for a one-day substantial change. This was to use a license off premises at 1010 Butternut Street Northwest for the Outdoor Jazz Festival at Walter Reed. This was on July 8th. The license number is 102866, a substantial change, license 23 SC 00856. I therefore make a motion that the ABC board retroactively approve this request. Is there a second?
Grandis will second.
Mr. Grandis is second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato,
Cato, I agree.
Ms. Hanson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Grandis, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson, I agree. And the matter passed 5-0. We now move to the license administrative docket. There are 20 applicants on this docket. This docket is basically a docket where licenses have already been issued, or this is the final stage in issuing licenses or making changes to licenses that have already been issued. So I'll give the applicant the request that's been made, and at the end of the list, I'll make a motion that the board approve the issuance or the changes to these licenses. So the first request, the request made by Elevate. The license number is 100316, a retail at Sea Tavern. The corporate name change application. The new name is Next Level DC Inc. Number 2, another request from Elevate, license number 100316, retail at Sea Tavern, trade name change application. The new name is Next Level DC. Number 3, Schneider's of Capitol Hill, license number 000252, retailer a liquor store, change of officer application to add Elise, ELYSE, Genderson, GENDERSON. Number 4, Gordon Ramsay's Fish and Chips, license number 121423, retailer D Restaurant, change of officer application. Victor Branister, BRANSTETTER, president, and letter to request remove the officers Norman Abdullah and Corey Horsch, HORSCH. Number 5, Hell's Kitchen, license number 121424, retailer C Restaurant, change of officer application, Victor Brandsetter, president, and letter of request to remove the officer Norman Abdullah and Corey Horsch. Number 6, Street Pizza, license number 121741, retailer C Restaurant, change of officer application, Victor Bannister, our president, and letter of request to remove the officers Norman Abdullah and Corey Horsch. Number 7, Mac Market and Deli, license number 125344, retailer A liquor store, transfer with sale application. Number 8, Shakers, license number 125279, retailer C Tavern, transfer with sale application. Number 9, S&G Wine and Liquor, license number 119313, retailer a liquor store, stock transfer application. Number 10, S&G Wine and Liquor, license number 119313, retailer a liquor store, corporate name change. The new name is Damonte, DAMONTE Inc. Number 11, Cucina Al Volo, license number 124496, Retailer C Tavern, new ABC license application. Number 12, Brown Water Select, license number 124694, Retailer A Internet, new ABC license application. Number 13, Mary's Cafe, license number 124786, Retailer C Restaurant, new ABC license application. Number 14, Ridge Club, license number 124582, Retailer C Restaurant, new ABC license application. Number 15, O'Connor's Wine and Spirits, license number 125387, Retailer A Liquor Store, transfer with sale application. Number 16, HQDC House, license number 124692, Retailer C Multipurpose Facility, new ABC license application. Number 17, Limani, Limani, license number 124626, Retailer C Restaurant, new ABC license application. Number 18, Drink, DRINQY, license number 124769, Retailer A Internet, new ABC license application. Number 19, King Street Oyster Bar, license number 124751, Retailer C Restaurant, new ABC license application. And number 20, D Height LLC, trade name to be determined, license number 124696, Retailer A Liquor Store, new ABC license application. I make a motion that the ABC board grants these applications. Is there a second?
Bobby Cato seconds.
Mr. Cato, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short. Mr. Short.
Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Hanson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0-0. We have our final administrative docket. This is the Alcohol Awareness Provider Certification Renewal. There are two applicants on this list, and I'll make a motion that the ABC board approves their renewal application. So the first request is from Great Training, license number 108323. Alcohol Awareness Provider Certification Renewal Application. Number 2, Techniques for Effective Alcohol Management Coalition, Team for short, TEAM, license number 116657, Alcohol Awareness Provider Certification Renewal Application. I make a motion that the ABC board approves these renewals. Is there a second?
Grandis,
Mr. Short and Mr. Grandis is second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Hanson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0-0. We're now at the end of our agenda for the day. And so the board will adjourn until 1:30. So we will come back to our public agenda at 1:30. I'll ask the board, we can go to lunch, and I will ask all board members to sign on back for executive committee meeting at 1:15. So the board should sign back on for executive at 1:15, and we will come back for our public hearing at 1:30. Good afternoon. Thank you. We're in the record. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the afternoon session of the ABC Board. My name is Donovan Anderson. I'm chairman of the board. Joining me this afternoon are 4 other board members who should appear on the screen shortly. Mr. James Short, Mr. Bobby Cato, Ms. Jenny Henson, Mr. Edward Landis. The board has 5 members in attendance, and that constitutes a quorum. We have 2 cases on our calendar this afternoon, and so I will call both cases. If you have any issues, please, you can reach us through the chat. If you have any technical issues, you can try to contact our IT person in the chat, and we will try to assist you. All right. And the first case on our calendar this afternoon is fact-finding hearing case number 23-251-00013, Aqua Restaurant license number 60477. This hearing has been rescheduled to July 19th at 10:30 a.m. due to the unavailability of the ABCA investigator. The next case on our calendar is case number is it says another fact-finding hearing on Philip Chow / Watermark Waterfront Bar, license number 121216. Good afternoon, Ms. Oriana. Can you please elevate the rights of the parties in this case, please? I think there should be. All right. Good.
Bob Link, your access has been elevated. Investigator Glasgow, Rhoda Glasgow, your access has been elevated. Richard Kahn, your access has been elevated. And Sean Morris, your access has been elevated. That is all, Chairman.
Thank you. If you have a camera, please turn your camera on, please. All right, good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for being here. Let's start with the representative of the establishment, and I think that's Mr. Morris. I'm sorry, who's there?
Good afternoon, Chairman Anderson. This is Sean Morris as counsel for the licensee.
Thank you. Spell your name for the record, please, Mr.
Yes, first name is Sean, S-E-A-N, last name Morris, M as in Mary, O-R-R-I-S.
Thank you, sir. Is the licensee here with you, sir?
Yes, Mr. Richard Cohn is here on behalf of the licensee.
Mr. Cohn, can you please identify yourself for the record, please?
Yes, good afternoon, Chairman and everyone. My name is Richard Cohn, C-O-H-N. I'm a representative of the licensee. Abraham Merchant and myself are the principals and partners in the licensee.
Thank you. Mr. Link, can you please identify yourself for the record, please?
Good afternoon. My name is Bob Link, L-I-N-K. I'm the ANC 6001 SMD Commissioner.
All right. Mr. Link, is there anyone, I'm sorry, Ms. Glasgow, can you please identify yourself for the record, but please spell and state your name, please.
Investigator Rhoda Glasgow, R-H-O-D-A-G-L-A-S-G-O-W.
Good afternoon. Mr. Link, is there anyone else who you're expecting to join us today?
No, sir.
No. All right. This is a fact finding. We're just trying to gather some facts, and I just want to set the stage for. We have a fact finding here, and the board is gathering facts. The board, no one is sworn in at a fact finding hearing. It's just an informational session. The board legally cannot order a party to take any specific action at a fact finding hearing. The board can ask questions. The board can ask you to do something, and you can volunteer to do it. but you don't have to volunteer to do it. And it's not, and if you do not volunteer to do it, the board will not the board will not take any punitive action against you. All right, just wanted to put that out there. This is just an information gathering, that we're gathering information and that will make recommendation. Now, one of the reasons why it's my understanding, this license was placarded, I think, on July 22nd, 2022. And the placarding period, and I know that since this matter was not protested, so the license was issued. And this is what is my understanding, the restaurant, the establishment, yes, the restaurant, the establishment with a total occupancy load of 266 with seating for 194 to include a summer garden with 118 seats. The licensee was provided entertainment endorsement with dancing and cover charge to provide live entertainment inside the premises and outside of the summer garden. The hours of operation are Sunday through Thursday, 9 a.m. to 2, Friday and Saturday, 9 a.m. to 3. Hours of live entertainment inside the premises is Sunday through Thursday, 11 to 2, Friday and Saturday, 11 to 3. And the hours of live entertainment from the summer garden is Sunday through Thursday, 9 a.m. to 12, Friday and Saturday from 9 a.m. to 1 a.m. The agency received a letter of inquiry from the ANC. And so I will just, I'm trying to see if the letter we received, if it was signed by a letter of inquiry from ANC 6D. And Mr. Link, were you the individual who wrote the letter, sir?
Yes, sir.
All right. So what I'm going to do is I want to frame this conversation from the ANC so the ANC can state their concern. The ANC will state their concern. I will also have, after the ANC states its concern, I will have Ms. Glasgow. It's my understanding that she went out and she observed the establishment, and then Mr. Morris, and you can speak based on the concern and your client's business model. Again, we're just gathering information, and based on the letter that we received, we thought this was just a better forum for us to put it out there so we can discuss what's going on, and then we can provide some guidance to the parties on next steps, if there are any next steps. Any questions before we start?
No, sir.
No, Mr. Chairman, thank you.
All right, thank you. So, Mr. Link, so you wrote a letter to the board on June 13th, 2023. What is the concern of the ANC, sir?
Yes, thank you. And just as a matter of table setting, I have not met Mr. Cohn. I have met Mr. Merchant previously. And I also want to acknowledge a very active dialogue with Mr. Morris in the last 10 days. There's been a lot of communications back and forth. So I just wanted to make sure that that was known to the board as well. The second table setting is that the ANC has no issues, no desires, no motives to impact the Philippe Chow restaurant that is in fact open, successfully opened, well received, doing everything they said they would do. Okay, so I want to make sure that is an important, I think, table setting conversation. The entirety of the concern is with the proposed Merchants Marina structure and bar that has been proposed. So I guess I'll stop there. Does that make sense, or is there any kind of initial question about that, sir, or any of the board?
No, I'm just saying. So you're saying it's a structure that's been proposed, and I guess Mr. Morris You know what? I was going to ask Ms. Glasgow. So, maybe Mr. Morris, maybe you can explain to us what is it that
Or I
Mr.
can,
Link is,
or I
I'm
can keep,
sorry.
I can keep going if you want. I just,
Well, I just, or you can keep going, Mr. Link, because we're having this hearing because it appears that there's some concern from the ANC. And so I set the table by saying what it is that was on the license. And so if there is any proposal, and if it's not on what I just read, so I know that we gave a license for Summer Garden. So if there's any changes that was not placarded, then the establishment would have to come back to the agency and apply for substantial change.
so indeed, and in the
Yes, sir.
letter, indeed, in the letter, I actually excerpt the placard. The placard was for the restaurant and a summer garden. The ANC's, and this is what we presented, the ANC's position is there are actually two summer gardens, two very distinct summer gardens that now have been presented by the applicant. There is a summer garden that is directly adjacent to the Philippe Chow restaurant and which opens directly to the interior of the Philippe Chow restaurant. There is now a totally separate freestanding structure that is branded under the Merchants Marina, title that is located, and Ms. Glasgow probably walked it off, but which is located approximately 50 feet or so from Philippe Chow, from the Summer Garden, completely freestanding, separate, altogether. You would think it was two different businesses if you did not, we're not aware of kind of the connection between the applicant. Does that make sense?
All right. But as far as our agency is concerned, to the best of your knowledge, Mr. Link, are they selling and serving alcohol in the structure?
It is a 45 seat roughly covered permanent structure with a bar and then cafe seating that is intended to serve alcohol. It is also intended to serve light food options that are separate from or distinct from the menu at Philippe Chow. This is all based on a meeting that we had with Mr. Merchant in April of 2023. And I've shared those meeting notes with Mr. Morris as well. But that was all explained to us by Mr. Merchant at an April 2023 meeting.
Okay. And the reason I pose the question that way is because I just want the parties to be aware that if alcohol is not going to be sold or served in the space, then it's not within the jurisdiction of the ABCA, our agency. That's why I was asking, because if they can do whatever they want to do with a space, and as long as alcohol is not being sold or served in the space, then our agency does not have jurisdiction over the space. We only have jurisdiction once the business decide to sell or serve alcohol in the space. Do you have anything else you want to add, Mr. Link, before I turn over to Mr. Morris?
That's the crux of why the ANC has further reviewed and reached out to you, is that and it's just for whatever reason, and Mr. Morris and I have had extended discussions about this, for whatever reason, the way that it was placarded and the means by which it was presented to the ANC last fall did not have the clarity to really represent the final plan that Mr. Merchant presented to the ANC in April of this year, right? So, and that's really what we're looking to resolve. Again, not trying to stop anything or shut it down. We just want to ensure that it's clear and that hopefully we can enter into a settlement or community agreement that accurately represents the proposed operations of the Merchants Marina. I wouldn't call it a summer garden, but I don't want to insert the Merchants Marina bar. It's essentially a bar. So.
All right. Mr. Morris, as I said before, I'm looking at the placard and notice, and what was placarded is that you have a summer garden. There's a summer garden. So can you tell us, just from your perspective, bring us up to speed of what is the structure, and is the structure the summer garden that was proposed, or is this a separate structure?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think it might be helpful if you would indulge me a little bit, if I could just give the board a little bit of a timeline of how this all went, because I think it might give you a little bit more context here. So it's correct. Back in March, early April, spring of 2022, we submitted our application, and as part of that application, it is correct that we submitted a request for a summer garden with seating for 118. At the time, I contacted licensing staff and explained to them, well, there are actually two separate summer garden areas, one immediately adjacent and one at a little bit removed. And the question was, well, is the space removed? Is it in public space or is it in private space? And we confirmed that it was in private space owned by the landlord. And the application form being what it is, there really is only a provision just to check a box for a summer garden. And I was advised, and I followed my own best judgment of working in this area for some period of time. We requested the summer garden endorsement, that was what was requested. The placards, as you know, were posted in July of 2022, July 22nd. And then in September, we were contacted by the chair of the Alcoholic Beverage Licensing Committee for this ANC to ask if we would be willing to come and present and discuss the method and mode of operations. And we were told at the time that a protest was filed. We subsequently came to learn that there was no protest properly filed. Nevertheless, in October of 2022, Abraham Merchant met with the Alcoholic Beverage Licensing Committee, presented on the outdoor seating area, including identifying the fact that there would be that the outdoor seating area, the summer garden, would be bifurcated, that there would be an outdoor bar area removed somewhat from the establishment, as well as the adjacent. We were very transparent about that. It was presented to the Alcoholic Beverage Licensing Committee. Subsequent to that, we were provided a draft cooperative agreement, which I revised and sent back to Mr. Johnson. I believe his name is Travis Johnson, if I'm not mistaken, who is the chair of the Alcoholic Beverage Licensing Committee. In that revised cooperative agreement, we clearly delineated that there were two separate summer garden areas, one adjacent and one somewhat removed, that the one that was somewhat removed would be operating under a different trade name. All was put in that draft cooperative agreement. Some weeks later, in early December, I received a response from Mr. Johnson that said, we have only minor edits to this cooperative agreement. The only concerns we have relate to music, the hours of music outdoors. No concern was raised related to the location or placement of the secondary covered summer garden area. No further questions were asked. We were not invited back to the full ANC. No, and then following that meeting in that communication in December, we received no further communication from the ANC regarding entering into a cooperative agreement. Subsequently, Mr. Link, I believe Mr. Levine, and some new commissioners were seated on this ANC, and we were contacted in March of 2023 to see if we would meet with the new commissioners regarding our plans for Philippe Chow. And as mentioned, Mr. Merchant, again in April, met with Commissioner Link, with Commissioner Levine, and here spoke at length about the covered outdoor summer garden area, included renderings, and spoke at length about how it would be located and how it would be built and how it would be constructed. At the end of that meeting, even though the protest period had long since closed, no protests had been filed, that there had been no follow-up regarding our presentation of a cooperative agreement to the ANC in December, we were again asked, Mr. Merchant was asked, well, would you be willing to enter into a cooperative agreement? And he said he expressed a willingness to do so. I checked the ANC's minutes. In April of 2023, a discussion was on the ANC's agenda regarding entering into a cooperative agreement with Philippe Chow. We never heard anything. We were never provided a draft. There was no further communications at all. The next thing we heard about any concerns that the ANC might have was the submission of the letter in June 13th. Now I'm going to echo, if I may, the very productive, frank, candid, and cordial conversations I've had with Mr. Link. In my discussions with Mr. Link, he has not indicated nothing has been of an adversarial nature. It has been cooperative. And I would like to just point out, however, that is how Philippe Chow has approached this matter for the better part of a year. We have been in communications with the ANC since September. We expressed a willingness to enter into a cooperative agreement, even though no protest was filed in the fall and no follow-up was provided to us. And again in April, and we presented on this outdoor seating area in October and again in April. So any suggestion, that there's been any change since this application was placarded in July of 2022 or presented to the ANC, to the ABCA committee in October of 2022, or again in April of 2022, there has been no change. We have been transparent about our plans every step of the way. We have accepted every opportunity to explain them to the ANC. We have expressed a willingness to enter into a cooperative agreement with respect to those operations. And we're here today. I only wish that there had been more communication with us about these concerns, because I believe they could have been addressed in a cooperative manner. And my conversations with Mr. Link has done nothing to change my mind regarding that. But I hope that provides some context, with at least procedurally, with how this has gone, and the applicants' transparency and openness with respect to their plans, and how this in no way is any substantial change dating back to a year since this matter was placarded. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate you giving me that amount of time.
The only problem that I have, Mr. Morris, is that I'm looking at the placarding, right? The placard, it says to include a summer garden with 118 seats. It says a summer garden. So do you have a summer garden, or is there two separate summer gardens?
I think there's still, within the context of the licensing regime here in the District of Columbia, the only thing we can apply for is a summer garden endorsement. There is no, we don't need a separate endorsement for different areas. It's you either have a summer garden endorsement or you do not have a summer garden endorsement. If one of these areas had been in public space, I would submit we would need a summer garden endorsement and a sidewalk cafe endorsement. But the only thing you apply for on your license is a summer garden endorsement. Now, it hindsight being
Let me cut you a little bit. So,
sure.
But how did you come? How it says the summer garden with 118 seats. So how did you come up with 118 seats?
78 were going to be in the area adjacent to the establishment, and 40 were in the separate covered summer garden area.
And I'm not saying that I know all the answers, but I believe it doesn't appear that it was clear to the agencies that that there are two spaces, because it would appear to me just by listening to what's been stated is that when our investigator go out, they're going to look at a summer garden. And so we're going to look at the summer garden. Where's the summer garden? It's the summer garden, and that's attached to the establishment that's in private space. And so we're going to monitor that area. But it appears that there's a separate area that I'm not sure if when the investigator goes out, so let me cut you a little bit. So Ms. Glasgow, you're an investigator. So you went out. So tell us, this is what the license says. The license says that to include a summer garden with 118 seats. So you tell me, as an investigator, when you go out, tell me what it is that you're looking for based on the way. So their license says that they have a summer garden with 118 seats. So tell me, when you go out as an investigator, just tell me, so you're going to this establishment to do a regulatory check. So tell me, tell me what you do based on the placard.
I will look for the summer garden that's adjacent to the establishment, and that's all I would look for. If it's it could be a rooftop, it could be in front of the establishment. That's what I'm going to look for. I won't actually look for one that's detached from the establishment in the manner of where this is located, opposite Philip Chow's restaurant. And I would check the amount of seating that they have there as well.
I'm sorry. Tell me what I'm just trying to procedure. I'm trying to figure what is it that when you go out, you're looking for the summer garden, and what is it that you're looking for, please? I'm sorry. Yeah.
I'm looking for the area that's in the vicinity attached to the establishment. I will check the number of seatings that they have, that and make sure that it's in coordination with the license, the amount of seating that's available. That's what I'll check for.
So you did an investigation based on what came in from the ANC. So tell me, what is it that you found? What did you look at when you went out?
Well, I went there. I went into the establishment. I saw the summer garden that's adjacent to the establishment. I spoke with the ABC manager, and I asked the ABC manager about the space that is in question, watermark waterfront, and he took me over there. I didn't even know where it was located, and it's an open space right now. Nothing is built there. So, and I asked him, when would this be operational? And he said it would be operational next year, summer.
Anything else you want to add?
I'm sorry?
Anything else you want to add?
Yes. So I asked about if there would be entertainment out there, and the ABC manager advised that there would be no entertainment. Because I read the letter that was sent to our agency, and he advised that there would be no entertainment, no DJ. The structure is not it is not retractable, so the roofing would not be opened. What else did we discuss? I asked if the summer garden can be used publicly. If it before I asked if it was retractable, I asked if it would be an area that the public can use, and he advised no, the public can't use it once they're not using it.
So, as an investigator, and I know this is not, as an investigator, what's this? How do you see the structure? What's the structure that we're talking about? As a ABCA investigator who goes out, how do you see this? How would you, as an investigator, look at this space in question?
The space currently right now, it's an open space. According to the letter that was sent, the structure looked like
not from the letter. I'm just saying, based on the license that I mean, the license that was provided to the establishment, is it that it's a total occupancy load of 266 with seating for 196, to include a summer garden with 118 seats. So this structure that you are referencing, at least to you as an investigator, is this a part of their license? I mean, from your perspective, when you're going out to do your regulatory inspection.
I would say no. Looking at it without the information that I have now, I would say no. I would think that it's a totally separate establishment.
Mr. Morris. And that's and this is not at least from my perspective, no, this is not a matter of whether or not there should be a cooperative agreement or anything like that. I think it's that I'm not sure, and maybe what needs to be done is that you need to meet with our licensing office to again go through the architectural plans for the structure to see if this structure is currently a part of your license. And if it's not a part of your license, maybe and I don't know if this is and I don't know what this is, if it's a substantial change, but it's not apparent. And again, I'm not making a decision, but just from what I'm hearing and listen to what you were stating and listen to what Ms. Glasgow was saying, it's not necessarily apparent to me that the structure is part of the license that when it was issued, that it was envisioned. I don't know, but only I think it would appear that one of the investigators probably would have to go back. I'm not sure if the information that's gathered by Ms. Glasgow is sufficient, and the businesses, your business plan, and maybe we can advise you how this space can be licensed, because just listening right here, I'm unsure. Hold on, please. I'm just I'm unsure. Hold on. Any questions any other board members want to ask? I'm going to give you an opportunity. I'm going to give you an opportunity, Mr. Morris, to respond to everyone else. But let me ask the board members if they have any questions. Mr. Short has his hands up. Yes, Mr. Short. Mr. Short, I can't hear you, sir.
Sorry about that. Good afternoon, Mr. Morris.
Good afternoon, Mr. Short. How are you?
Just fine. During your briefing to us, I heard you say you spoke with the ANC's committee about it. Have you talked to any government agencies other than, or have you talked to any government agencies about building a structure in the first place, even though it's on private property? If you're talking about 118 seats, over 50 seats means it comes under the public safety laws. You'd have to get a permit, wouldn't you?
Well, this area, the covered summer garden area that's at issue here has fewer than that number of seats. It's approximately 35 to 40 seats. And there has been the permitting process, and Mr. Cohn can probably speak to this a little bit more directly. We have.
Well, if you could, I don't mean to cut you off, but can someone, yourself or Mr. Cohen, explain to me if you've talked to any other district government agencies other than the ANC commissioner and our agency about two separate spaces and a structure? Can anyone address that?
Mr. Short, thank you. It's Richard Cohn. Right now, we have a certificate of occupancy and a tenant permit that provides for an additional summer garden bar and seating with canopy structure, 40 seats, 74 occupancy load. So like Mr. Morris referenced, when you referenced 118 seats, that is the existing initial summer garden that's attached to the Philippe Chow establishment, plus the additional 40 seats for this space that is off from the establishment, this patio space. That's part of our leased premises.
Okay, Mr. Cohen, I do understand that. That's been explained. My question to you and anyone who can answer it is, have you talked to any other government agencies about the structure and about a separate site other than the one that you got a license for from ABCA?
No, he did say, Mr. Short, that he has a. Did you say you had a certificate of occupancy for that structure, sir?
Yes, I'm looking at
Mr. Chair.
From DCRA.
I might be able to help.
Thank you for your help, Mr. Chair. But I think if they answer the question instead of you, it might be a little more clear to myself as a board member.
I might be able to help you,
I'd appreciate
Mr. Short.
That. Thank you.
So this is all going to be under one certificate of occupancy for both the adjacent area, the interior area, as well as the covered summer garden. One single certificate of occupancy. It's one single lease. It's one single limited liability company. It is all under the same umbrella. Right now, the establishment is operating under a temporary or conditional certificate of occupancy pending the issuance of the certificate of occupancy covering the covered outdoor seating area. But it would be one single certificate of occupancy, and our permitting consultants have been working with, I believe it's the Department of Buildings on this.
Yes.
And it's just right now, it just hasn't been issued because construction on the outdoor area was delayed. The covered outdoor area was delayed, but yes, there's been regular communications, inspections, everything with the applicable DC authorities outside of ABCA regarding getting the requisite approvals for the covered outdoor seating area.
I do appreciate that, Mr. Morris. You've been in discussions, but when our investigator went out and her testimony has been that your ABC person or your ABC manager told him that the place will be operating this time next year. And right now, currently with this board, you only have one permit, and that's to be adjacent to your current establishment. Is that correct?
Well, what we have right now is the license that has been issued permits 78 seats because that is what the temporary certificate of occupancy permits.
That's only one area, correct?
That is correct.
But what about the second area?
Well, that's why we only have the license right now is only covering the 78 seat area, because when the final certificate of occupancy for the entire establishment is issued, it will cover the full 118 seats that we've requested, and a new license will be issued. But we are approved by ABCA and by this board for 118 seats in the summer garden.
That's why I came up with that number, and that's the reason why I asked that question. But currently, how many summer gardens are you operating?
Right now, the portion of the summer garden that is adjacent to the establishment is the only part that is being operated. And I'm going to draw sort of a parallel, because I run into this with clients who have sidewalk cafe seating approvals from ABCA, but have not gotten their public space permit from DOT or something for whatever reason. We often will have the license issued, particularly if they're opening in the winter time, or if they've just had delays and they just want to get open and operational, that they'll have the license issued without the sidewalk cafe endorsement on it. It's a similar situation here, is that our summer garden endorsement is only a partial endorsement right now, and it doesn't cover the entirety of the summer garden. It only covers the area that is adjacent, because we don't yet have a certificate of occupancy covering the other non-adjacent covered outdoor
Okay.
seating area.
My last question, only other question is, have you known of or has the establishment used the other space at all anytime during this period of time while you are still in the planning stage? Have you used that space for anything other than what you have stated?
No, the only area of the outdoor seating area that has been used by the restaurant or by its patrons is the adjacent area. We are again awaiting construction and issuance of the final certificate of occupancy, which will cover the covered outdoor seating area. And I just do want to make a point out that this isn't a separate certificate of occupancy. This isn't separately permitted. It wasn't separately applied for. It was all submitted pursuant to the entirety of the plans. And when we submitted the photographs and renderings to ABCA via our licensing specialist of the outdoor of the summer garden, requesting the summer garden, we included renderings of both the adjacent area as well as the covered area to make sure that before this went to the board, it was very clear that there were two summer garden areas covered by that endorsement.
My very last question. So you've submitted plans to ALCA, as you're saying, to our licensing agency?
Yes, sir.
And those same plans went to the Department of Buildings?
I don't know if it was the exact same plans. What we included as part of our part of the licensing process were renderings of the outside, as opposed to permit plans that got submitted to the Department of Building.
Okay, I thank you for your answers. It's been quite compelling, your answers. I'll just simply say this, our board chairman, Anderson, has said to you, maybe it would be wise if you came in and talked with our licensing section. They might be able to help you and save you some.
Well, I actually did. Mr. Short, I did that very thing, and did speak to the supervisors in licensing and explain to them the somewhat unique nature of the summer garden endorsement. And I said, and what I was advised was if it was all the same certificate of occupancy, all the same lease, and all in private space covered by that certificate of occupancy and covered by that lease, we would just submit a request for a summer garden endorsement for the combined outdoor seating. So, when I do, and I think you might know, Mr. Short, I've been practicing in this area for a number of years. Whenever I find anything that is even remotely unique or that I haven't dealt with before, I really try to rely on the expertise and experience and guidance of licensing staff. You might, if you asked any of them, you might find out that I bothered them quite a bit.
I do appreciate your answers, and please keep the ANC right there with you when you're doing all of this. That's a very exciting area, and it's just been very helpful to Washington, D.C. and our tourists. And it's just a wonderful location to do anything business-wise. So thank you very much for bringing that to us. But stay close to our licensing section and with the Department of Buildings. And Mr. Chair, that's all I have at this time. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Short. I appreciate those questions very much.
Mr. Grandy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, Mr. Morris.
Good afternoon.
In my review of your lease, it does appear that the areas that we are discussing are all mentioned within your lease. So I think that's very helpful because the section I looked at, it breaks each section down, right? So I think that's very helpful in the lease. Now, getting to the application, are you familiar with the exhibits that were filed with that application?
Yes, I am.
So could you help me, because I do have it up, help me find the separate renderings that are part of the application?
Well, they were submitted as supplemental. They don't get usually those are not attached with the initial application. Again, we submitted the initial application in March of 2022 while plans for the establishment were in their nascent state. So it was subsequent that with respect to a supplemental submission as the application proceeded through the various steps. And I believe if memory serves, is that those get submitted prior to the application going to the board for final approval. That we need to submit photographs and or renderings of both the inside and the outdoor seating area. In this case, the two different outdoor seating areas.
Mr. Morse, thank you for the explanation, but I still am requesting, can you provide us with a copy of that rendering of each of the locations?
Certainly, I'm not able to do it at this meeting right now, but I'd be happy to review my records and see what we submitted to the licensing specialist at that time. That'd be no problem. I'd be happy to make that supplemental submission.
Because you would agree that our licensing staff are very particular and careful in that they only approved or can approve what is submitted.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, and I was working with a very experienced one of your better. I mean, I think they're all wonderful, but certainly one of the more experienced and competent and capable members of your licensing staff. So he's always been someone who I rely on to make sure I'm providing all the information. He's very thorough. So I'm nearly certain I could get that to you in short order, Mr. Grandis.
So your recollection would be that the final approval by our licensing staff to come to the board for approval of the license included the renderings of each of those locations.
That is my recollection, and if I determine I was mistaken in any way, I'll be certain to advise promptly.
Ms. Glasgow, I want to thank you for you being here today. I know you're busy, and it's very helpful to the board to get your recollection. You heard the questions that I just posed. When you went to the site to do the investigation that is routine on these kind of applications, did you have any renderings at all with you? Part of the application, separate, do you remember at all? Is that something you take with you?
No.
So when you got to the site and you talked to, I think you said one of the representatives of the business, you asked to see the summer garden. Is that correct, that you asked to see it?
Yes.
And did someone actually take you to the area?
Yes.
Did that person explain to you that there was an additional area?
Yes.
And did you go to that area?
Yes.
So what did you, and you may have already mentioned this, but what did you see at the, what I think they call the location that is not adjacent to? What did you see when you got to that area?
There was nothing there. So it was just an open space.
And did that representative of the business explain to you how much of that open space they would be using?
The entire area.
They would be using, that's how they acknowledged it. And did you get information on whether that structure, because I heard it was possibly not a permanent structure, right? It's not a permanent structure, or maybe I need to ask Mr. Morris that, but do you know?
I believe it is a permanent structure. It's non-retractable, so it stays there.
And did the person explain to you, or did you know by looking at the application that there would be a separate trade name at that location?
By looking at the application, the letter that was sent, that's the only way I knew about it.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Chairman, I want to thank you for letting me ask the questions, and Mr. Morris, thank you. And I hope you will get back to the agency as promptly as you can on what was submitted and the date it was submitted.
Certainly, Mr. Grandis. Thank you. I appreciate your questions.
Thank you very much.
Other questions by any of the board members? Mr. Link, any questions that you have?
I have a series of statements. Is that acceptable, sir?
You can, I mean, it's just that we're just gathering information, sir, so you can.
I want to acknowledge that the timeline Mr. Morris presented is accurate and there's no disagreement on that. I want to be clear, because Inspector Glasgow made this point, but just to be clear, the structure in question has not been constructed yet. They are indeed waiting for their building permits. I want to confirm Mr. Morris's or Mr. Cohn's statement that They don't intend to have entertainment or dancing in the structure in question, but a single license with that endorsement, right, doesn't prevent that from occurring. So does that make sense, sir? With respect to the structure itself, it is indeed a permanent structure as proposed. The sides are retractable. The roof canopy is not, just for clarity. That's what Mr. Merchant presented to the ANC. With respect to the idea that you can't placard for multiple summer gardens, I would respectfully disagree. There's a current applicant with license number 124085, in which the ANC actually requested, and they did comply to update their placard to specifically reflect multiple summer gardens with multiple kiosks that were physically diverse from each other. So, Inspector Glasgow already answered the question about the DBA. There are indeed 2 business entities here. So, and that's it. I don't have any questions, and I really appreciate the board's time and consideration this afternoon. Thank you, sir.
You're welcome. Mr. Morris, any final comments you want to make?
I would just want to just address one quick point that Commissioner Link just made. I don't think there's any dispute that there is a manner and possibility in which a placarding notice, if there were any confusion, could be amended and revised. What all I was suggesting when I said is that the application as it is formulated does not readily suggest, for example, there are parts on the application that say, if you're going to have a dance floor, please describe the dance floor. There's a, by way of comparison, the Virginia ABC application says, please describe your outdoor seating area, the size, location, how it is enclosed. The application that we submitted has a box to check for a summer garden, and it says how many seats. And again, based on my best information and my best guidance from licensing staff, I was told that with 1 certificate of occupancy and with a summer garden with a combined seating, that was the proper way to submit the application. And again, we went before the ANC in October. I just heard from Mr. Link that in another context that it was requested that the placard notice be amended based on information that was gathered during the ANC process. Had that ever been requested of us, had it ever been suggested that there was some confusion, I have no doubt in my mind that we would have readily complied. And I think the course of dealing here, the fact that we have been responsive, and when I say we, I am including the licensees here. There has never been any adversarial moment really between us and the ANC. It has been cooperative and cordial at every step of the way. This applicant submitted their application using the best guidance of staff. They submitted it in according to the letter of the application itself. There was nothing in the application that was in any way less than transparent. And in all of our dealings with licensing staff as well as the ANC, we have repeatedly expressed that these were 2 non-adjacent summer garden areas. And we have asked how best to deal with that and how best to ensure that that was accurately reflected. So I understand that, now 8 months after we initially met with the ANC, that we're now, or 9 months, I guess it is, that we're now revisiting this issue. But I think I just would like to state for the record that this applicant has, at every step of the way, responded to any request from the agency, has been proactive in seeking the feedback and guidance of the agency, and has been very responsive with respect to any requests made by the ANC. So I hope when the board takes consideration of that matter, that is given due given due consideration. I think what the applicants had planned here every effort has been made to be 100% transparent about that. So thank you.
Chairman, I think I have some clarification that underscores what Mr. Morris just said. May I ask him a question?
Yes, Mr.
Please?
Grant.
Mr. Morris, thank you for what you just said, because I went back and reviewed the lease. And on page 6 of 10, it's dated May 14th, 2021, which I think is the lease date. Am I somewhat close?
That could be right. I would need to go back and look at my records, but that sounds about right.
Well, there's a rendering on that page that shows 2 summer gardens. They call them cafes, but they're 2. So what you're saying matches what your lease shows. There's a rendering on that page 6 of 10, and I'm not sure if the ANC got it or whatever, but in that, it's a very clear rendering. It shows something called number 920 Cafe, and it points to, it looks like it's adjacent to the restaurant. And then it says there's a walkway, and past the walkway, there's something called number 925 Cafe of about 1,000 square feet, which is definitely separate. So I just wanted to bring that into the record today, because I think that helps give me some clarification on at least when the agency, because the lease is provided to the agency, correct? That the agency may have been on notice all along that there were 2 separate locations. So thank you for letting me ask that question.
I appreciate that, Mr. Grandis. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, Mr. Grandis. Anything else you want to add, Mr. Morris?
I have nothing further. I appreciate you giving me and Mr. Cohn an opportunity to provide some clarity to what brought us to today, and appreciate your questions and your efforts. So thank you. And again, I just would express my appreciation to Mr. Link, and I'll just reiterate that I am not difficult to find, and he has my cell phone number, he has my office number, and we've already texted. So I invite him to use whatever method of communication to reach out to me that he sees fit. And we'd happy to answer any follow-up questions that the board might have if there are any further questions after you meet together on this.
Well, I think Mr. Morris, and that's one of the reasons why I asked Ms. Glasgow as an investigator. She's the person who would be charged to go to the establishment and to do a regulatory inspection. And it would appear to me that your license does not currently reflect your business model. And that's what that's how it sounds to me. And that's one of the reasons why I asked Ms. Glasgow as an investigator who goes out to the establishment to do a regulatory inspection based on this location of this other summer garden. And I think because it appears to me that your license says you have a summer garden. When I said a, and that sounds to me that you have 1 summer garden. And so therefore, it would appear that the investigator would look at the summer garden that's attached to the building. And I think an investigator who goes out and sees a separate structure, which is away from the main building, I think the first thing they're going to do is, it would appear that they would go over there and ask for a copy of the license. And they would like, okay, let me speak to the ABC manager or owner and ask for a copy of the license. And the license if the license that's provided, it's gonna like, well, it doesn't match it doesn't appear that it would match with your license. So what I would suggest that is done is that you meet with Mr. Sean Gordy. Mr. Gordy, not one of the specialists, but Mr. Gordy, and provide him the rendering, the business model for this new structure. And he should be able to advise you what changes, if any, needs to be made to your license, because clearly a change needs to be made to your license. I don't know what change that is, and I don't know if it's a substantial change, if it's the same, because it appears that it's a different trade name. I don't know if it's a different business. I don't know, but it appears that, and it appears that changes needs to be made to the current license to accurately reflect your business model. And once that decision is made, the agency will make a decision, and based on the decision that's made by the agency, then that we'll see whether or not the ANC plays a role in it. Because if the agency states that it's not a substantial change, it's a part of your license, the matter is over. But if the agency determines that this is a substantial change, then it has to be placarded. Or if the agency determines that you have to apply for a separate license based on the location of this structure, I don't know what the agency will tell you. And then based on the determination that's made by the agency, then that will determine whether or not the ANC needs to be involved. But that's what I gather from the communication. As I said before, I was listening intently, and then that's one of the reasons why I'd asked the investigator, when she goes out to do a regulatory inspection based on the current license, where would she do her regulatory inspection? And it doesn't appear to me that she would have done a regulatory inspection at this area, because it doesn't appear, at least it doesn't appear to me, and I could be wrong, that it is not a part of your current license.
Chairman Anderson, may I just respond to that very briefly?
Yes, sir, go ahead.
First of all, I appreciate your advice, and I've always had a great relationship with Mr. Gordy. I'd be happy to speak with him about this. I've always also spoken with Ms. Karen Jackson about this actual application as well. But Mr. Gordy has always been a tremendous resource. I just want to make one point of clarification. Where it says A Summer Garden, that is on the placarding notice. It is not on the license itself. And we don't draft that placarding notice. The placarding notice is drafted by ABRA staff based on our application. And I would submit to you that any application, whether it had 2 summer garden areas or 5 summer garden areas, would also just say a summer garden, because the application does not provide a place for us to specify how many summer gardens, where they're located. Just it's a box to check that says summer garden. And the license itself just says summer garden, that the types of endorsements, one being a summer garden. We were just requesting a summer garden endorsement. We did not, I just want to make it clear, we did not specify on our application or anywhere else that we were seeking an endorsement for a single summer garden area. We just said, per the license application, we were seeking a summer garden endorsement so we could operate in private space out of doors. And as Mr. Grant has mentioned, our lease, as well as other submissions made to licensing staff, all clearly showed that there were more than one outdoor area that would be covered by that summer garden endorsement. So I just wanted to just make that little point of clarification, but so there wouldn't be any misapprehension that our application in any way said we were seeking an application for an endorsement for a single area. That placarding notice was not written by us and is a bit out of our control. We only see it after the fact.
And you're correct, Mr. Morris. I did say that it doesn't appear that your license currently reflects your business model. That's all I said.
Okay.
So
thank you.
Yeah, and I did say that. I did say that.
No, I appreciate that.
Right. So I'm not saying that you did anything wrong on the application. I'm just saying the current license that you have, and going with the investigator. So based on the license that the investigator has, when she went out to do a regulatory inspection, the investigator would not intuitively look at this other establishment. Or if you're, and I I don't know if the license itself says one or just generally, but I know that I've had cases and there's specific mention of that there are 2 summer gardens. And we have the occupancy load for each summer garden. So I am familiar with that.
Of course you are.
Right. So I'm just saying that just from what I'm picking up today, that's what I said, it doesn't appear that your license currently reflects the business model. And that's and a lot of times when we issue licenses, and the licenses are issued prior to the completion of the building. So you have renderings and things might not, we might not necessarily get it right the first time. So that's one of the reasons why I'm saying, go back to meet with Mr. Gordy, provide the rendering, provide the business model, share with him the trade name. If the different trade name for this establishment, I don't know if that's the same license. I don't know. Only the licensing division can, and when I said not, and I specifically say go to the Mr. Gordy and not one of the licensing specialists.
No, of course, I understand that.
Right, and that's what I'm saying that way. So therefore, he can discuss it, and then it would, based on whatever decision is made, then that would state whether or not you need to come back to us, or whether or not you need to go back to the ANC. But so that's where we are right now, and so that's the recommendation, is that you meet with Mr. Gordy. Mr. Gordy will give you instructions on whether or not your current license reflects your current business model.
Yeah, thank you for that. I will discuss that with Mr. Gordy. And one of the things I might suggest, because our existing license does not cover the additional covered outdoor seating area. So right now the license does reflect how we are operating, because it only relates to the adjacent outdoor seating. So there might be a reason that we would, when the final certificate of occupancy is issued and the final license is issued reflecting the updated certificate of occupancy, that the license have a separate section for the 2 areas of Summer Garden, just as if it were a Summer Garden and a sidewalk cafe, for example. So I appreciate that suggestion a great deal, Mr. Chairman.
And I said before, and I believe it has to be clear that this is a separate area. I mean, in the sense that when the investigator goes out, then the investigator will know what they're looking for. They're not looking that you have this other structure. It's that alcohol, and this agency is only involved only if you're selling or serving alcohol. If you're not selling and serving alcohol in the structure, it's not within our purview. Only if the business model is that you'll be selling and serving alcohol in the structure. If that's the case, then it needs to reflect on your current license. Okay. All right. Any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Before we adjourn?
Chairman,
Mr. Cohen. Mr. Cohen, this is one thing I always do. And I'm an attorney myself. And Mr. Morris is your attorney. Make sure that you clear with Mr. Morris what you want to ask him, because now I know that you're paid in big money to protect you from yourself. Okay, so I just want to give you that opportunity to make sure you clear with him what you want to. All right. Okay.
I should say, Mr. Cohn also is burdened by a law degree, so I have full confidence in his ability to ask a question.
I just put it out there. All right.
Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Chairman. I really appreciate the opportunity, and I don't want to be duplicative of what anybody else has said already, but I just wanted to just touch and add a couple of things based upon what I've been hearing. I just want to say, in the first instance, Mr. Merchant and myself have been partners for 40 years. We've developed, opened, and operated about 20 restaurants, and this is our first restaurant in Washington, D.C., and we are so excited to be here. It took a little bit longer than we thought with supply chain and coming out of the pandemic, but we're very pleased and happy with the community and people who have come to the Philippe Chow restaurant and enjoyed it, and a lot of the feedback that we're hearing already. We also, most of our restaurants are in New York, and we have the equivalent of the ANCs is the community boards. And we have wonderful relationships with all our community boards. We always get approved for any new thing that we do because we're cognizant of our neighbors. We work with them. We want them to be our guests, our customers, our first guests to come in. So we try and take those steps to have those relationships, ongoing relationships with the community, with the neighborhood. We feel we're part of the neighborhood. And when we came here in DC, we know what we don't know, and we know we needed someone to represent us and guide us and do the right thing and how to apply and make sure we communicate clearly and transparently. And that's why we brought on Mr. Morris to represent us and file the application and follow his experience and his guidance. So, and just to respect to the couple of things, I'm listening about the investigator, and I try and always put myself in her shoes. And when I look at the license at the top, it says Philippe by Philippe Chow / Merchants Marina. The original application was Philippe Chow plus the second trade concept was called Watermark Bar, because we originally would call it Watermark Bar. We since said we're going to change the trade name to Merchants Marina. And that's how it was submitted or amended as we were going through the licensing process. But when we were, investing multiple millions of dollars in this location and signed the lease agreement and the demise premises on the lease, as Mr. Grandis pointed out, had separate outdoor cafe areas, which I guess in Abra language are called summer gardens, but they were specific, separately designated outdoor areas that were all part of our lease premises and is part of our business model. And if the construction hadn't been delayed on this additional patio area, we're just going to have a pergola. It's a fancy pergola over the oval-shaped space that's going to have louvers that revolved, because the idea is that we want to have light and air come in, but if it gets really hot, we want to be able to close the louvers. The same thing with being able to use it more almost year round, that we're going to have the canvas sides that are going to be retractable and come up. But we've been delayed in the construction with that, so we haven't used it. And we were able to get the TCO and then the corresponding license for that matches with the TCO. And so what we've been advised is that when buildings and that work is completed and we get our final CO, because all the plans submitted to all the agencies included this outdoor area, that the final CO, that the license would then correspond to that. So I hear what you're saying in terms of amending and changing and making sure it's clear when all that happens. So, but that's what we're working on construction-wise with all the other permits and the supplies. And I want to give clear assurances, because I don't know if it was you, Chairman Anderson, or Mr. Shorts asked whether, there's no liquor or any food service happening on this oval patio space. It's waiting for construction. We're very clear in complying with all regulations and will only serve as permitted and licensed and approved. So I wanted to make sure you had that assurance from me personally, that with respect to that additional space, until we get the TCO, until we get an amended license, there'll be no liquor going on there. And if we didn't call it Merchants Marina, if we put a sign up that said Philippe Chow, an investigator came by, they would say, oh, there's a Philippe Chow here and there's a Philippe Chow there, and then match up the corresponding. So when we do get the final license and it says Philippe by Philippe Chow / Merchants Marina, I submit that investigator Glasgow, experienced investigator, would see the name on the license and see, okay, here's Philippe Chow. Let me look 20 feet this way. I see Merchants Marina, and we'd be able to identify what's applicable. So I think that's all I have to say, unless there's any questions. But thank you for your time. I really appreciate it.
I don't have any questions. Does anyone have any questions for Mr. Cohen? All right. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Cohen, for your presentation today. Thank you, Mr. Link.
Thank you
for your letter. But not for Mr. Link's letter, we would not be having this conversation today. And so I look at this matter as more informative, informational based, that we can look at the business model and try to make sure that our business, the license that you have correctly reflect your business model. And I think that's how I'm looking at this fact finding here, and it's just gathering facts, trying to figure out, and then for you, Mr. Morris, then to meet with Mr. Gordy and to make sure that in reviewing the license, to make sure that your current ABRA license currently reflects your business model. Okay, so thank everyone for their presentation today. Ms. Glasgow, you can go back to what's going on in the office. She knows what I'm talking about. But thank you very much for your presentation today, and the board will take this matter under advisement. All right, thank you.
Good
Thank
afternoon.
you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, members of the board.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so we are now at the end of our, I don't see anything else on our calendar for the day. So with that said, I will now close the record for the day. As chairperson of the Alcohol, Beverage, and Cannabis Board for the District of Columbia, and in accordance with Title III, Chapter 405, Office of Open Government, I move that the ABC Board hold a closed meeting on July 19th, 2023, for the purpose of discussing and hearing reports concerning ongoing planned investigations of alleged criminal or civil misconduct or violations of law or regulations, and seeking legal advice from our legal counsel on the board's investigative agenda, legal agenda, and licensing agenda for July 19th, 2023, as published in the DC Register on July 14th, 2023. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. I will now take a roll call vote on the motion before it now has been seconded. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis. Mr. Grandis? I can't hear, but you agree, Mr. Grandis. Okay, Mr. Grandis stated that he agreed. And Mr. Anderson, I agree. As it appears that the motion has passed 5-0-0, I hereby give notice that the ABC Board will hold this closed meeting pursuant to the Open Meetings Act. Notice will also be posted on the ABC Board Hearing Room Bulletin Board, placed on the electronic calendar on ABCA's website, and published in DC Register in as timely a manner as practical. We're adjourned for the day. Thank the public for participating today. Thank the board members, and I now direct all board members to return to executive committee for further action. Good afternoon. Thank you.